was, you know, a problem for every one of us at that age. So I was very concerned about whether or not I'd be drafted because America was at war in Vietnam. And so I asked Prabhupada to describe what the spiritual world was like. And he said to me, he looked back and he looked at me and he said, in the spiritual world, he said, the spiritual world is a place where there are no draft boards. Then he told the story. He said there was once a Christian minister who was preaching in England to coal miners. And he was describing the hell that awaited someone if they didn't accept the shelter of Jesus. And he said that hell is a terrible place, very, very dark, very dank and cold and wet. He said no one would want to go there. So all the coal miners were thinking, well, if that's hell, you know, where are we? We're already in hell. It doesn't sound very fearful for us. This is where we live now. We're coal miners. So then the minister was trying to think of a way to convince them to begin worshiping Jesus. So then finally he said, in hell, there are no newspapers and there's no tea. And then they all said, oh, then we must worship Jesus. So Prabhupada said, so in the spiritual world, there are no draft boards. He said, is that all right? I said, yes. Everybody said, Jai. One morning I shaved my head, and when Prabhupada, the first time he saw me, he came out of his apartment, and he looked at me and he saw my head shaved, and he said, ah, now you are an ideal brahmachari. He was very pleased that I had shaved my head, because he had noticed all along that I was keeping short hair, but I wouldn't shave up. And I had joined with Vishnu Jan, and he had shaved up before me, but I didn't shave up immediately. So when I finally shaved up, Prabhupada appreciated that. One time I asked Prabhupada on one of those morning walks, first walks I went with him, I asked him, how many pure devotees were there on the planet? And Srila Prabhupada turned to me or to one of the devotees and asked, how many devotees are there in ISKCON now? He said, that is how many pure devotees there are. The first letter I wrote to Prabhupada was all about Sankirtan. I told him what the results of Sankirtan were. See, what happened was that Prabhupada told us, all the brahmacharis, to get jobs, because Jayananda was supporting the temple single-handedly, and Prabhupada said it wasn't fair. So he said all the brahmacharis should go out and get jobs. So, you know, everybody did what they knew best. I remember Vishnu Jan, he decided that he was going to make flutes, bamboo flutes, and he used to stand on Haight Street, and he made all the flutes so that they played Hare Krishna. He would just stand out on Haight Street playing Hare Krishna all day. And he said he was a Brahmin. And he told me that I was a Sudra because I went to work for Kodak. See, Gurudas was working at Kodak, so Gurudas got me a job at Kodak, and it was a very, you know, one of these high-tech jobs. I would get the film canister and break it in half. That was my job. Break the film canister, break the film canister. And then when they saw that I was really capable of doing that, they moved me up to a higher position where I would run the film through a heating elements, and it would be developed this way. And then I would get to bring it to Gurudas, who was in the darkroom developing. He got a bigger salary than I did. So you can imagine what this was like. But still it was yoga, and I felt it was yoga. I'd give the whole check to the temple, and every day I just, you know, looked forward to the lunch break. I'd immediately go out, I'd have my little lunch, and I'd go out and with Gurudas and take lunch, and we'd have some kartals and do some kirtan. And it was the only thing that saved me, was that lunch break. But after a month or two of this, it was unbearable. Gargamuni went to Montreal and talked to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada said that if they don't want to do this, then let them go out on the street and do chant in the streets. So we had an ISKCON, and we discussed this, and I volunteered that I would organize it, because I wanted to get out of that job. So I was very eager to, or I was ready to do anything to get out of that job. So we did about $12 the first day, and I thought this, I went back to the temple. Gargamuni had a little shop, and I said, Gargamuni, we did $12. He said, wow. He said, I'm going to give up my shop. This is big. This has huge potential. He was ready to give up his shop. So the next day I decided to take Back to Godheads with us, and when the people give a donation, I give them a Back to Godhead, and the collections, by the end of 5 days, had gone up to $40. And I wrote Prabhupada day by day how it increased. And Prabhupada wrote me this letter, and he said, don't worry so much about money. He said, if Krishna wants, he can give you the whole USA. The question is, what will you do with it? Do you know what to do with it? So it was a sobering letter. Prabhupada was very pleased with this Harinam party. He decided when he left San Francisco to open a temple in Seattle, Gargamuni and Upendra had gone there, but Prabhupada decided that the Sankirtan party should go with him. And at that point, Jayananda went to Prabhupada and asked Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, well, again, it was Swamiji at the time, he said, Swamiji, you know, I'd like to travel with the Sankirtan party. And Prabhupada said, but you are the president. And he said, I think this is more important. And then Prabhupada said, well, what will you do? And he said, I'll be the driver. And Prabhupada thought for a second, he said, very good, you can go. And he was willing to, he thought so much about Sankirtan that he was willing to let the top devotee, the person who was maintaining the whole temple, who was the temple president, he was prepared to let him go to become the driver of the Sankirtan party. So Jayananda joined our party that way. When the operation was going on, they gave this anesthetic. You know, they anesthetize you. And I remember I was meditating on Radha Ras Bihari and the Arti. I was just meditating on it, and they said count down from 10 down. I think I got down to about 7, and that was it. Then I had a dream, a very good dream, in which Srila Prabhupada had been called by the previous acharyas to make a report of his preaching mission on this planet. And the previous acharyas were all there. And they asked Prabhupada that, you know, what is your report? And Prabhupada said that he had studied the people of this planet, and he had found that they had no capacity for taking any type of austerity, nor were they very capable of studying, and they were not very pious. He said the only thing that so far they seem to be able to do is that somehow they take shelter at my feet. This was the dream I had. And then they wheeled me out after the operation, and when I came in to the room which had been assigned to me, Prabhupada was sitting there. Actually, he had come to the hospital. And he said, I came here as fast as I could. I wanted to stop the operation. He said, because I think you should have had this operation in America. But anyway, now it is there. And it turned out he had come all the way in from Juhu in a jeep, right in the middle of the rush hour, to try to stop this operation. So I told Prabhupada about the dream, and Prabhupada listened very intently, and he said, actually, this is so. He said, this is so. So when Prabhupada came to San Francisco, he had wanted me to come back to India to take up my service again, because he couldn't find anyone to replace me as a GBC. And so when Prabhupada was there, as soon as we got in the car, we picked him up, Prabhupada started talking about Hare Krishna land and India. And I could feel the pressure was coming down. So then we went into Prabhupada's room, and Prabhupada had, it was just myself and Prabhupada in the room. He said, so, what are you going to do? Are you prepared to come back to India? And I said, well, Prabhupada, I'm preaching now. And Prabhupada was a little upset. He said, what is that preaching? He said, preaching means there must be results. I said, oh, there's results. He says, what are those results? Let me see really what are the results. So I had all of our new men shave up, and they all were completely fresh shaved, the 10 new bhaktas, and I had them each come up with a rose, and one by one they came up and they put a rose on Prabhupada's desk, and they offered their obeisances, dandavats, and then they sat down, and Prabhupada started to beam, and he said, this is preaching. He was so happy to see this. He said, so you stay here. He approved of it. We came through. The next program that Prabhupada was going to was in Madras. And we stopped, the train stopped from Ahmedabad to Madras, stopped in Bombay. But because my wife was now at the temple and I was a sannyasi, I wouldn't go. So I sent my party to see Prabhupada and give the report. And I just sat in the train station waiting for them to come. It was a 6-hour or something wait over. And then suddenly Yadav came. And he said, Prabhupada sent me here to bring you back. He said, you can come to the temple. I said, but My wife is there, former wife is there, I can't go, I'm a sannyasi. No, Prabhupada said, it's okay. So as soon as I came into the room and I offered my obeisance, Prabhupada said, the temple is a neutral ground. He said, it is neutral. You can be here at the same time. There's no harm. And then he asked everyone to leave the room, which was quite unusual, I thought. Because Prabhupada didn't generally do that. He asked everyone to leave the room, and he beckoned me over to the table, and he said, now tell me, give me your report. So I gave him a report, and he was so happy about this preaching report, because I had just been a sannyasi. This was his first preaching assignment he'd given me. And after it, he became so pleased, he stood up, and I had offered my obeisances, and he stood up, so I stood up, and he walked around the table, and he just took me in his arms, and he held me very tightly. He embraced me on one side, and then he embraced me on the other side, and he said, now take this sannyas mantra in your heart, and go everywhere and preach. He said, Kirtananda is a sannyasi, Brahmananda is a sannyasi, and you're a sannyasi. Now I can retire peacefully and translate. Go and preach. And I was just, my whole body was so transformed, you know, I felt by Prabhupada's touch, because it was very rare that Prabhupada would use his body so much like that too. And it was a real, you know, I really felt surcharged by that, empowered by that. And then I went back to the train and we went to Madras. It was about July, I believe, July of 70. And I was in Paris. Prabhupada had sent me to Europe to organize our temples in London and Paris and Hamburg. At that time there was no GBC. But he put me in charge to coordinate the temples there. So I was in Paris and I suddenly got a telegram. Your letter, 26th July. Come Los Angeles immediately. I was on a plane that same day. And I just detached myself and I got on a plane and went to Los Angeles. So that was quite a time, because it was the time of, you know, our four sannyasis in our society there was some difficulty in their understanding of how the movement was to be run. So Prabhupada was very, very disturbed, because he had detected that there had been some poison which had come in terms of belittling his position, which had come from some of his godbrothers in India. So I came in the evening, and then the next morning Prabhupada called me, having heard I'd come, and he called me and he was very grave. And he looked very shriveled almost. And he looked up to me, and he just had a little spotlight on his table, desk lamp. He looked up and he said, have they told you? And I said, yes, Prabhupada. He said, can you take me out of here? I said, yes, Prabhupada. He said, where will you take me? So I thought, and I said, well, I could take you to Florida. I said, it's not far enough. I said, I could take you to Europe. He said, the poison has spread there as well. And I said, then where do you want to go? I said, I want to go to India. I think that Prabhupada had the ability to accomplish many, many purposes by each one of his actions. Later on, Prabhupada told me in 1977, he said, Prabhupada was laying in his bed in Krishna Balaram Temple, and we were reminiscing. He said, remember when you took me from Los Angeles? I said, yes. He said, at that time, he said, I went before Sri Sri Rukmini Dwarkadish, and I said, my dear Lord, you have called me all the way here, and you have given me this wonderful temple. Now why are you sending me away? Prabhupada said, I couldn't understand why the Lord was sending me out. And he said, now I understand, because he wanted to give me this temple, Krishna Balaram Temple. He said, this is 100 times what every other temple in the world is. He said, but I didn't understand at that time. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur's, I think it was appearance day. So I told Prabhupada that, Srila Prabhupada, you know, can we celebrate this in the evening? Because then we'll have a lot of guests. Prabhupada said, no, it must be celebrated at noon. So it was on a Friday. I said, Friday evening we can fill up the temple. He said, no, Must be at noon. So we celebrated in the room, in Prabhupada's room. Prabhupada had a little room. This is La Cienega Boulevard Temple, LA. Prabhupada had a side room next to the big temple room. So Prabhupada did all of the prayers and spoke about his Guru Maharaj. Then he said to me, "How is the feast going?" So I said, "I'll take a look." It was about 10:30. So I went in. Nothing was done. There was no preparation. So I went back to, and I said, "What is going on here?" I started screaming at them. They said, "Well, you told us it was going to be Friday night." And I said, "Prabhupada wanted it at noon, maybe it was my mistake. I might not have conveyed the message in any case." So I went back to Prabhupada and he said, "So, how is it going?" And I said, "There's nothing done." Prabhupada just looked at me. Didn't say a word. Got up, walked out of his room, through the temple, through the prasadam hall, and into the kitchen. He immediately told the devotees, get this done, cut this vegetable, this. He cooked a feast in 1 hour for at least 70 devotees. Personally cooked the whole feast, at least 12 preparations, within 1 hour's time. And he always told me, I always remember this, Prabhupada always said, deity worship is 1 hour's business, cooking is 1 hour's business. Cooked the whole feast in 1 hour. And I remember one of the best things I remember about it was the way Prabhupada made the puris that day. Because every puri puffed up. He put in the puri in the hot ghee, and he would just touch it. And it was like he would touch them. I remember they'd blow a little and he would touch them, even sometimes with his finger. They're just perfect puris. Then the feast was offered, and it was brought out of Prabhupada's room after. It was given to Prabhupada, the whole Maha plate. Within about 3 minutes afterwards, it came out practically untouched. And we were all eating this big feast, and we saw Prabhupada didn't eat it. Prabhupada was very upset. But he still cooked the whole feast for his Guru Maharaj. He was determined that it must be, and he told me it must be offered by 12. But he was very disturbed. The first meeting we had with the whole group of members of Dinapan, the top chairman down, they all came and very formally they presented their cards to Prabhupada. I think this story is told in the Leelamrita. They all presented their cards and then they left, and Prabhupada was left with one, the number 7 man to just show us off at the end. It was like a whole ceremony. It was like a tea ceremony, but we drank water. They drank tea. They were on one side of the big, big oak desk, and we were on the other. So Prabhupada had a word with the man before we went to the limousine, and he asked the man, "What is, your goal?" And of course, Prabhupada had been given these calling cards by each of them. "My name is so-and-so. My name is so-and-so." So that man took all the cards and put them in a row, up and down, and he was number 7. When Prabhupada asked him what his goal in life was, he took the card number 7, and he went like this. And Prabhupada shook his head and laughed, and then he really, started to preach to this man about the nature of life and how temporary it was, and that was not the purpose of life. So Prabhupada was a real transcendental negotiator. He had me be the heavy man, and Dinapan would give a price, and I would say it's impossible, and I'd give this ridiculously low price, and they would just practically start crying. It was so ridiculous, the price. And then we would get into a big argument, and Prabhupada would just sit there in a neutral position, and finally he would act as if he was the arbitrator. And he'd say, "This is not good, this should not be quarreling like this." He said, "I will settle it." He said, "Neither side should argue like this. We must consider both the needs of each side." And he would pick the price that he wanted, which was still extremely low, but by that time they would just think that, Prabhupada was their savior. And this way we went through all of the prices of each book, and Prabhupada got very low contract prices. And he was very proud that he had been able to get $60,000 worth of business with $5,000 down payment. He said, they have so much trust and faith in my writing. In London, of course, that was another interesting negotiation. Prabhupada told us, I got to London in September of 1969, and by that time Prabhupada was getting ready to get the place in Bury Place, 7 Bury Place. And what is a temple without deities? So Prabhupada gave us the instruction that you have to install Radha Krishna deities. But he didn't order the deities, and we didn't have any deities. He just said, such and such, December so-and-so was the date of the opening, and you have to have Radha Krishna deities. So we, started to go. It was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. How are you supposed to find Radha and Krishna in London? We just started to ask anyone and everyone. It was like a national alarm. Anyone knowing the whereabouts of Radha and Krishna, please phone such and such number. And that was the number of Mukunda's wife, Janaki. So, well, it went, week after week went by, and Prabhupada would call us and say, where are the deities? So we said, we don't know where Radha and Krishna are. Prabhupada said, you have to have deities. So finally, miraculously, when we were practically giving up, we get this phone call. Janaki gets a phone call. Someone says, we have Radha Krishna deities. So immediately she informed Mukunda, and Mukunda and I went down to this man's house. And the man took us into his study, and he said, I have some Radha Krishna marble deities. Would you like to look at them? So, would we like to look at them? We were ready to jump out of our skins, practically. Sure, we wanted to look at them. And he took off the cloth, and, we just offered our obeisances, because that was Radha Ishvara. So we said, they're beautiful, they're so beautiful. I mean, they were beautiful. And he said, well, I'm considering that I may be willing to give them to your temple. So we said, well, we have to, can we bring our spiritual master to see them? And he said, yes, you can do so. So we raced out, and we went to a phone booth. I remember we called immediately to Prabhupada's apartment. Prabhupada was living near Regent's Park, a very nice apartment. And we called up, and he was resting, so we decided just to go over there. We went in and we told him, Prabhupada, we found Radha and Krishna. So Prabhupada immediately said, take me, I want to see them. So we had a van. We used to have a van. And it was Prabhupada and Mukunda, Shamsundar, and myself, maybe Gurudas, came in the van, and we went in. And by that time was the early evening. Prabhupada came in, and he started to talk with this Indian gentleman, very friendly way. The man said that these deities were ordered already for society, but somehow or other things had not worked out. There was some difficulty, and they could not use the deity. So Prabhupada would just ignore the point, and he just kept asking him, where are you from? How are you? How's your wife? He made the man bring his wife in, bring the children in. Prabhupada, gave his blessings to everyone, just talking. And finally the man, said, Swamiji, don't you want to see the deities? And Prabhupada said, oh, yeah, yes, we can see the deities. It was just so nonchalant, as if he was not even interested. So, he said, please, I want to show them to you, So he took the man took Prabhupada over, and he showed him the deities. And Prabhupada looked and said, And he just turned around and walked and sat back on the sofa. So the man said, so Swamiji, what do you think? Can you use the deity? Prabhupada said, they look like they may be used. He said, well, I'm thinking I can give them to you. Prabhupada said, yes, we could accept them. And he said, he asked me, go and see how heavy the deity is. So I went over, and Shamsundar went over, and I tilted Radharani, and I said, not very heavy. She was heavy, but I said, not very heavy. Shamsundar had Krishna. Prabhupada said, all right, we'll take them now. He said, pick them up, and and then the man said, wait, Swamiji, wait a moment. I think maybe he had an idea of recovering some of the cost. I don't know what he had an idea. He said, wait. And he said, no, there's no problem. It's not heavy. These are American boys. They're very strong. And we carried the deities out, and the man was just protesting, Swamiji, wait 1 minute. And we walked right out to the van. and brought Radha Krishna, put them in, and Prabhupada sat down in the seat next to the driver's seat. And he said, you know, I'll take care of the deities, we'll be in touch with you. And the man just, you know, the whole family was out there and they were just like this. And Prabhupada said, okay, let's drive. So we drove off, and when we got around the corner, Prabhupada said, stop the car. And then we stopped the van, and Prabhupada said, take the cloth off the deities. We took the deities, and then Prabhupada just started to offer prayers with tears in his eyes, and he started to sing the prayers from Brahma Samhita. And he said, Krishna has now appeared in London. Pishima was adored and even worshipped, especially by the lady devotees. One time we were going in procession from Calcutta to Mayapur, and Pishima was in one of the rear cars. And then she got out, and all the women rushed there, and they were doing. And Prabhupada said, "What are they doing?" I said, "Well, Srila Prabhupada, they have respect for her, as they do in a way for you." He said, "Why? What is that? What has she ever done? She's just an old lady. What has she ever done?" I had a habit, whenever Prabhupada would tell me something, I would always say, just unconsciously, I know. And one day Prabhupada said, you know, you think you know everything. And I really, it's like that, you think you know everything. Another time, Prabhupada had this system when he did his construction projects in India. 2 signers on every check. Prabhupada was one signer and I was the other. There was only one problem when Prabhupada would travel out of the country. So one day I suggested to Prabhupada, why don't you sign some blank checks? Prabhupada did not like that idea at all. He said, this is my account. Is it all right that I decide how the money will be used? Is that all right with you? I was suggesting to him that we could do different things. Prabhupada had a system of keys, for keeping his... Prabhupada would keep a key under his keychain, under his wristwatch. This was the key to wherever his belongings were kept, his valuables were kept. So, he'd never part with this key. But because he was becoming very ill, I was always, desiring that Prabhupada would take me into his confidence. So one day he really gave me an ultimate confidence in letting me hold the key. This was a key to his desk drawer. So I had the key, and then, naturally, what would I do but lose the key? So I came before Prabhupada. Prabhupada asked for something. I didn't tell him right away. I scoured Hare Krishna land. I went everywhere looking for that key, and I could not find it. I had people looking all over that place. And finally, Prabhupada called for something from the desk, and I went to Prabhupada, and I said, Srila Prabhupada, I have to tell you something. Prabhupada was laying down because he was ill. I said, yes. I said, Prabhupada, I lost the key. Prabhupada said, call the GBC. I said, which one, Prabhupada? He said, call the whole GBC here to decide what should be done. Oh, God. Call the whole GBC. So there was nothing I could do. I just walked out and I decided, okay, I'm going to call the GBC here. I wanted to call the whole GBC body to Bombay to decide what was going to be done with me, I guess. I don't know. So then I got this, I was just beside myself, and suddenly I thought, let me try another key. And, sure enough, it was an Indian lock. I just got another key, and somehow or other I opened it up. And I ran to Prabhupada. I said, Prabhupada, I said, I opened it. He said, how did you open it? I said, I found another key. And he said, that means the lock was not very good. He said, then it doesn't matter if you lost that key because it's not a good lock. So then he said, now put the key on your Brahmin thread. He made me put the key on my thread, put the thread through it, and put the key, and he said, don't ever lose this. But he had a very interesting way of keeping the key. This key was a key that opened up a safe. The safe had a key that opened up his almirah. And in the almirah, under a special place was the key that opened up the safe in the almirah. 4 keys. He had a whole key system. One key led to another key that led to another key that finally led to the key that opened up the safe. Prabhupada had a lot of systems. Another thing he had me do is that every key had to be labeled, and there had to be a log of all the keys, an index of all the keys. And not only was there an index of every key, there was an index of every item in every almirah. He wanted everything systematized. This was the Indian system. Just like you go to India, every seat, every desk, is gazetted, is numbered. This is the Indian government. Prabhupada did certain things, like Prabhupada told me, you have to keep all documents for 7 years. He had many things he learned from the Indian government. He always used to quote about the Indian railways, that he said, keep the wheels moving. He said that was a good motto for ISKCON, keep the wheels moving. Prabhupada was in the early days. I was the Mat commander in Los Angeles, La Cienega Temple. Prabhupada called me one day, and he was talking to me, and he asked me to get the Bhagavatam. He had the Bhagavatam, his original Bhagavatam. He said the cover, was a spiritual sky. And he said, you see this spiritual sky? It's very big. He said, you cannot fathom how big this is. He said, in the spiritual sky, 3/4 is the spiritual sky, 1/4 is the material creation. That material creation has innumerable universes. One universe is so big the scientists can't measure it. And we're on one planet in one of those universes out of innumerable universes which are constituting 1/4 of the creation. So on this one planet, Earth, it's one of the smaller planets in this universe. He said there are 7 continents, and on one of the continents, North America, there's a great city called Los Angeles. And in that Los Angeles city, there's a long boulevard called La Cienega. And on that La Cienega boulevard, there is one church building, which is now a Hare Krishna temple. And in that one Hare Krishna temple, there is one temple commander, and he thinks that he is very important. And I was, I felt so small. Prabhupada said he thinks that he is very important. There's one Tamal Krishna, and he thinks that he's very important. I don't remember what it was that I did, but there was some foolish thing I did. And Prabhupada looked at me, There was something about, I had forgotten something. And so I said, Prabhupada, I just can't remember. He said, yes, you cannot remember. He said, because there's nothing inside there to be able to remember with. He said, simply 0. Just 0. Whew. I thought, this is the final thing. After all these years, there's nothing in there, I said, oh, boy. It's a heavy chastisement. When we got to Rishikesh, Prabhupada was ill. And we were staying in this house, Ganga Darshan. Very nice house. Right overlooking the Ganga. Prabhupada had been lured there by Navayogendra Swami, who told him, if you drink water, I think it was he who lured, if you drink water there, you'll get back your health. So as soon as we got there, Prabhupada told me, bring Ganga Jal. And I immediately put on my gumption. I dove off the 2nd story of the building because it was overlooking the Ganga. And I dove into the Ganga from the 2nd floor. Prabhupada was getting his massage, and I went out with a lota and came back, swam back with the lota, brought it up, and Prabhupada, right in the middle of the, and he was not eating well at this time. It was the last months. He immediately took a full, glass of water, and a big belch came out afterwards, and Prabhupada said, accepted. And he smiled, and he was very pleased with that. I was standing there dripping wet, and he accepted. So then he immediately ordered, go out and get kachoris and jalebis. There was one shop very famous for making jalebis and kachoris in Rishikesh. And Prabhupada said, this hot jalebis is a remedy, cure for sore throat. He said, now it is a little cold, we must get hot jalebis. So we ate hot jalebis, and he said, this is, whenever you have sore throat, you eat hot jalebis. But must be made fresh hot. And another time, Prabhupada gave me the cure for, it was a very nice cure, isn't it? Jalebis, if they're made nicely, are so tasty, and that's how you get better. Another cure he gave me was when you have dysentery. Hot puris and salt. The puris must be cooked in ghee. They must be right off the fire with salt. And sure enough, I had this dysentery. I took hot puris and salt, immediately cured, like a cork. His son was there, Vrindavan Chandra, and Vrindavan Chandra and myself were with Prabhupada. And Prabhupada started to remember his grihastha life. And then he started to say, he said, actually, he said, my wife was your mother. He said, your mother. He was telling his son, your mother was very good, very chaste, very devoted. He said, one could not ask for a better wife. He said, it was I. He said, I was not very easy. And he started to cry. He said, she was so good. And it was like he exhibited all of these apparently human qualities, and as a sannyasi. And he said, I should not say this. He said, I should not say it. But I could see it was just a way of healing any possible feeling which that his son might have had towards him for having left the family and taken sannyas. And it wasn't acting, but he was very soft. His heart was so soft. I liked moments like this where, they were very extraordinary moments where it's so different than what normally Prabhupada showed in his official position. But they were so special and charming. About book distribution, Prabhupada said, big books are more important than softbacks. He said, hardback is more important than softback. He was very firm about this point. Give out big books. He wanted more big books distributed. He always said that. And he really liked the Radha Damodar party. He said the main thing he liked about the Radha Damodar party, he said, you have understood a very important point, that in the Kali Yuga, people don't come to the temple. You have to bring the temple to the people. That this was the whole idea about book distribution. Go out to the people. Prabhupada said very clearly that any way that they could come into contact with these books, he said even they just touch it. He said even if they look at a picture, if they touch the book, he said they begin their devotional life. Therefore, he told the book distributors, put the book in their hands. He said if they just touch the book, never mind even read it, if they touch the book, it has so much power. One time Prabhupada would tell me, another thing he didn't like is that I would fall asleep sometimes. As soon as I get in the car, I'd fall asleep. So we were riding in the car, in the back seat, I was sitting next to Prabhupada. And I was just like this. So Prabhupada said, you are sleeping. So I said, no, Srila Prabhupada, I'm not sleeping. He said, you are sleeping. I said, I don't think I was sleeping. He said, I said you were sleeping, you were sleeping. He said, chant Hare Krishna. So I started to chant. And Prabhupada was chanting japa very quietly, and I was going, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare. And then when you know how you catch yourself when you stop? And I looked at Prabhupada, just chanting. Another time, Upendra was sleeping in the front seat. He was going like this. So Prabhupada leaned over, and he very gently caught Upendra's sika from behind. So when Upendra went like this, the sika yanked. Upendra turned around. He thought I had done it. He was very angry, It was Prabhupada had caught his sika. So Prabhupada had a very big appetite. He really relished prasadam. And he would take at least 45, 50 minutes to take prasadam. And he would eat alone. And he would chew and chew with his eyes closed. Chewing, chewing, chewing. And just really relishing prasad. When we went to India, of course, we got to eat with Prabhupada regularly. Because we would be invited. Prabhupada said, this is preaching. He said, we make members by eating. He said, very good preaching. Because in Surat, when we went to Surat in Gujarat, he made a condition that he would only take prasadam if the person would become the life member. So we got 30 days invitation. He made 30 members. He said, this is preaching. Then all the devotees would sit together. Prabhupada would be at the head on their little chonkies, and we would all sit and take prasad. So it was very nice. We got trained to take prasadam with Prabhupada. Prabhupada was in a room in London, Bury Place, and he was appreciating the service of Jamuna Devi. Prabhupada glorified Jamuna Devi unlimitedly for her qualities and her devotion. He once wrote her a letter that she was on the level of Bhava Bhakti. In a letter he wrote this, very high position. And but one day he said to me, if she weren't a woman, I would make her a GBC. If she weren't a woman, I would make her a GBC. Someone brought ice cream from New Vrindavan to Prabhupada in Vrindavan, final days. And Prabhupada took it right on a teaspoon and ate ice cream from New Vrindavan. Somehow they had dry ice that kept it cold. And they brought him a ring they had made. As soon as we showed Prabhupada the ring, he said, "So, where is the bride?" He said, "Where is the bride?"
Jai Shri Gurudev ki Jai, Shri Prabhupada ki Jai. So now we'll break for those that are not fasting, we'll break for breakfast. And for those that are fasting, we'll have a little time between now and the offerings for Shri Gurudev at 11:30. If you're cooking something, please bring that by 11:30 to offer to Shri Gurudev, the Bhoga. And then at noon, we'll have Guru Puja and offerings to Srila Gurudev at the Samadhi. So we'll gather back again at that time. Thank you so much. Srila Gurudev ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande, Hari 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 Bol.
सीट तो ले लो बैठने की। हरे कृष्ण। जय श्री प्रभु। जय अनिल प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रजु जय जय अनिल प्रेमाधना करुणा प्रजु न प्रभु कोथा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हे न प्रभु हे न प्रभु कोथा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर कहाँ मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहाँ सनातन कहाँ मोरा स्वरूप रूपा कहाँ सनातन कहाँ दास रघुनाथ पतित पावन कहाँ दास रघुनाथ पतित पावन कहाँ मोरा भट्ट जुगा कहाँ कबीरा मोरा भट्ट जुगा कहाँ कबीरा एक काले को था गिला गौर नटरा एक काले कोथा गेला गौर नटरा पाषाण कुटिब माथा अनले पाशिब पाषाण कुटिब माथा अनले पाशिब गौरांग गुणेरा निधि कोथा गेले पाब गौरांग गुणेरा निधि कोथा गेले पाब से सब संगीरा संगे ये कोई लोबीला से सब संगीरा संगे जे कोई लोबीला से संग न पाया कंदे नरोत्तम से संग न पाया कंदे नरोत्तम जे अनिलो प्रेम धन करुणा प्रचुर हेना प्रभु कोथा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर हेना प्रभु कोथा गेला आचार्य ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय वैष्णव ठाकुर जय आचार्य ठाकुर जय आचार्य ठाकुर जय आचार्य ठाकुर जय आचार्य ठाकुर जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 श्रील गुरुदेव जय जय गुरुदेव 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 श्रील गुरुदेव He who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy. Where has such a personality as Advaita Acharya gone? Where are my Swarup Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Raghunath Das, the savior of the fallen? Where are my Raghunath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? Where is Krishna Das Kaviraj? Where did Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against a rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being unable to obtain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, Narottam Das simply weeps. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Gurudev ki.
Yeah, it's like Ross. It's like a blue moon. You know, having you here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a hug.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I am sitting on this.
Sorry, I didn't see.
No. I have my. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with my chadar? I'm warming up my chadar. Because you give.
I am concerned about your back. I have to go cook. I mean, I get to go cook. I need to go cook. Yeah, I need to make an offer for the bake-off. I need to find a cartel player. Where's your cartel machine?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Please, you play.
माइक लाल नहीं है। गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare.
11:30 daylight saving. Could we go?
Goodness.
Is it gonna be class of daylight saving time? Daylight saving time?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
9:40, okay. I mean 10:40, okay.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Radha Kala Chandri Radhe Radhe, Radha Kala Chandri Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe, Radha Govinda. Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Hare once more. Together. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam. Thank you. Hindi lesson at 11:30. Thank you. 11:30 a.m. Right? That's it. Should we leave now? Should we leave the harmonium here? Okay. No. अगर उनका कुछ प्रोग्राम है तो अभी फिर
मतलब कुछ ज़्यादा है
कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृतां वनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम् श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भूमि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री गोपालक विचारणे सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपावरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणागतं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नन्देन भक्तालिका वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ श्री कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नतल परौ प्रेम मदेसी वीर वीर जनप्रिय श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ मारा रखौ वन्दे रूप सनातनं
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna श्री श्री राधा कालाचंद जी की जय, श्री श्री निताय गौर की जय, श्री श्री जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा मैया की जय। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe, Jaya Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha, Jagannatha, Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura जयश्रीपाद परम सरकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्रीमद अभय चरणारविंदेसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय। जयश्रीपाद परम सरकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत ठाकुर श्रीपाद की जय। नामाचार्य शहजाद ठाकुर की जय। प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री गदाधर शिवास आदि गौर भक्तवृंद की जय। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोगोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गोवर्धन की जय। वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की जय। नवदीप मायापुर धाम की जय। पुरुष क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जय। यमुना मई गंगा मैया की जय। तुलसी महारानी की जय। हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की जय। कलयुग पाण हरिनाम संकीर्तन की जय। कालाचंजी धाम की जय। गौ प्रेमानंदे हरे हरि बोल। ऑल गुरुस डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण। ऑल गुरुस डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण। ऑल गुरुस डिवोटीज हरे कृष्ण। ऑल गुरुस श्री गुरु and श्री गौरांगा गौर हरि बोल।
Hare Krishna. Welcome everyone to Kalachandi Dham. The deities are very beautiful today. It is said that one cannot come to the Kalachandi Dham unless Kalachandi invites you. And we thank you for accepting the invite from the Kalachandi and coming here and spending your time on a Sunday afternoon. You have choices, but you choose to spend time with Kalachandi. Does anybody know the name of what does it mean by Kalachandi? Can anybody volunteer? Kalachandi, what does it mean? Krishna's name is Kalachandi. Mataji is right. It's a black moon face god. It's very, very beautiful. All of you can please sit for some time. You can please sit for a few minutes. We're going to have a nourishing pranam, and then we're going to talk about few lines about Bhagavad Gita. Okay. And how many of you are here for the first time to the Kalachandi Dham? Very nice. A lot of people. Your name, Prabhu? Okay. Go. Name? Yes. Manish. You, Mataji? Shloka. You? Where are you from? ISKCON. Thank you for coming. Mataji? And? Very nice. So, thank you for coming. Anybody else? Your name, please? Adi. Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Oh, nice. Your name, please? Ramchandra Rao. Your Mataji? Ramana Kumar. Thank you. We have a daily program, Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. Every day evening we have Bhagavad Gita programs in our temple. And we have various courses which are happening here. And if you are living far away or nearby, in Dallas area we have around 16 Bhakti Vrukshas where you can go nearby. We can help you connect to each other, and basically we get to know each other and also learn about Krishna. Okay, we should do that. And if you want to sponsor any aarti or something, you can see us or outside him, or the gift shop outside also. You can sponsor aarti anytime you want. That's one thing. And now we are going to have the Narasimha Pranam, and after that we are going to talk about Bhagavad Gita. But before that, I want to talk a few minutes about Kalachandi. Kalachandi is the oldest deities in North America or Western Europe, entire Western world. Can anybody make a guess how old they are? Rough guess. More than 500 years old. Right, 550 years old. It is said that these deities came from Vrindavan. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally danced before these deities. So you are very fortunate to have darshan of Kalachandi. Kalachandi also means, Kala means qualities. Chand, moon, right? Moon has 16 qualities, you say, because moon changes every day. He shows different appearances. 16 qualities. Kala means that in Sanskrit. So, but Krishna has unlimited qualities. Just like moon, we are saying, Krishna shows different qualities, auspicious qualities for his devotees. And Kalachandji is very famous for that. If you are a daily visitor, you will see our Kalachandji showing different dresses. And sometimes he appears very thin, sometimes he fat. Only if you come daily, you can see that. He is also Kalachandji also. Okay? And without further ado, we'll do Narasimha Pranam. I will speak Bhagavad Gita for a few minutes and then we'll disperse.
Hare Krishna. So everybody can read from there. We have put the board for Narasimha prayers. And this is for your protection. So just repeat after me. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlad Lad Daine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Narasimha Parato Narasimha. Yato yato yami tato Narasimha. Bahir Narasimha Hirdaye Narasimha. Narasingamadim Sharanam Prapadaye. Tav kar kamalavare nakham adbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipu tanubringam keshavadhirta narahari rupa jai jagadish hare jai jagadish hare Jai Jagadish Hare. Tava kar kamalavare kam adbhuta shringam dalita hiranyakashipu tanubringam eshavadhirta narahari rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Jaya Narasimha Dev Bhagwan ki Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Now we're going to have quick 15-minute talk on Bhagavad Gita. So please be seated. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. We have a WhatsApp group, so you can take QR code here. For those of you who want to connect, you can connect to our groups. We have 16 Bhakti Vriksha groups all over Dallas. So no matter where you are in part of Dallas, we have something close by for you. Okay? Please repeat with me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'm going to read a verse from Bhagavad Gita. You can repeat with me. Ata chetva imam dharmyam Sangramam na karishyasi tataha swadharmam kirtim cha hitva papam avapsyasi. Translation by Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties, and thus you will lose your reputation as a fighter. So Prabhupada translates Krishna's Bhagavad Gita. This is from the 2nd chapter. Why we read Bhagavad Gita is, when we buy, say, a laptop or an instrument, we don't know how to operate it. We have to take a manual to read it. Similarly, when we get the human birth, we don't know what to do. We don't know how to use our life. That manual is called Bhagavad Gita. And Krishna has described this Bhagavad Gita on the battlefield, where Arjuna is saying, as a duty, as a warrior, he went to a war. In the war, he is saying that, I am seeing my own family. I don't want to fight a war. He thinks that by killing my own people, I get sin. My teachers are there, my grandfathers are there. I get sin by doing that. It's Arjuna's case. But in our case, if you look at our lives, what do? There are so many things we are supposed to do. We find excuses for not doing our duty. Many times, we think philosophy means give up everything, just sit, don't do your duty. Krishna is saying that, no. You are saying, Arjuna is saying, you are saying you get sin because you fight and kill the people in the battle. Krishna is saying other way around. You get sin if you don't fight. Why? Because it's your duty to fight. Just because they're relatives, you don't fight? For what is your duty? A soldier, when he goes to the war, can he give you an excuse? My family is there, they'll suffer. Can he give that excuse? If he gives the excuse, he'll be punished. So the reason why Krishna is saying is doing duty. Krishna never encourages people to stop doing work. Krishna encourages people to do their duty, but in the right spirit. Unfortunately, nobody knows what is duty today. What is your duty? Everybody knows only earning money, having fun. That's what they say. Am I right or wrong? Everybody has their duty. Parent has his duty. Child has his duty to study. Parent has to take care. In the office, you have to do office job. Everybody has to do the job. Similarly, everybody has to maintain themselves, to maintain their duty. If I do duty, what does Krishna get? Why is Krishna asking me to do my duty? Because Krishna is ordaining you to do your duty. If you do the duty as per the scripture, as Krishna has mentioned, then that becomes a prayer. Krishna says in the 18th chapter, Svakarmanam tam abhyacharya siddhim vindanti manava. By doing your duty perfectly, you are worshipping Krishna. So Krishna never discourages people from doing the duty. But rather he says, you do it perfectly. Do it perfectly. There are two kinds of duties. One is the duty because you are born as a human being. You have to do to maintain your certain duties you're doing, as the Lord has mentioned. But is our goal of life just to do the duty to maintain myself? No. We are human beings. We are different from all the animals, we have 4 things in common: sleeping, mating, defending, and eating. There are 4 common with animal and a human being. What is that extra which a human being carries? He has the ability to discriminate. He can see, why am I here? What is the purpose of my life? Okay, the purpose is that when you do your duty, you are doing to please the Lord because He told you to. When you go to the work, if you do your duty perfectly, you'll be pleasing your boss. Right? Similarly, when we do our duty for the pleasure of Krishna, samsiddhir haritoshanam. That we do this for the pleasure of Krishna. That's a material duty. Is there anything else? It's called swadharma. There is something called paradharma. Because we have the discrimination. We know. I do my duty as for the pleasure of Lord perfectly. But I also have a duty to worship the Lord. That is called parodharma. One is called swadharma, second is called parodharma. And what do we know? What kind of parodharma we have to do? We don't know, right? There are so many things people say, you have to do yajnas, you have to do that kind of thing. But Krishna has given very beautifully. He says that every age has a specific duty. In this age of Kali, everybody has one parodharma. That is called chanting the holy name of the Lord. It is said in the Upanishad, in this age of Kali, there is nothing more sublime and pure than chanting the holy name of the Lord. But Lord has unlimited names. Every time we have a problem, we have too much choice. When you go to shop, we don't know which one to pick up. We do a lot of research. So same research has been done for us. Sage Narad has gone to Lord Brahma and he asked, there are so many names of your, which name should I chant? He says that in the age of Kali, the prescribed name to chant is Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. He says when you chant this 16 syllable Mahamantra, it's called Mahamantra, you get all perfection. You don't have to do anything else in the age of Kali. Because in the age of Kali, Krishna descends in the form of His holy name. And there are no rules and regulations anytime, anywhere. He made it very easy for us. So it's very important for us. If we don't do our duty, Krishna is saying, you get sin. This is a barrier. After getting the human body, we get a human body after transmigrating 8.4 million species. Very rare to get human body. When you get this, and if you don't use this human birth, we are called Atmaha, means we kill our soul. So let's not do that. Let's take advantage of this. Because in this age of Kali, great saints like Srila Prabhupada and all the acharyas came here. They don't have any selfish interest. They only came for our benefit, which is to take the holy name of the Lord and just do your duty for the pleasure of the Lord and make your life perfect. Is that difficult? If I ask you if you want to chant the holy name of the Lord, you have to get up at 4 o'clock, take bath, don't eat anything. If I tell you so many restrictions, will you do it? I say, right now chant, anytime, anywhere, any place. Is that easy? And that's what this Mahamantra is meant specifically for this age of Kali. And the Lord is so beautiful. He is inviting all of you to take to this holy name and make your life perfect. Okay. With that, I'll pause here. If you have any questions or comments, take it. Hare Krishna. Sure. Thank you. Hare Krishna. बार खा लिया हो गया, अच्छी बात है। पर क्या हो रहा है, कलयुग खानदान में नाम, हनुमान जी क्या किए है, वो राम नाम करते थे। किसको बोलते होते राम नाम जप करो, और राक्षस को नहीं बोलते राम का जप करो। तो दैट प्लीज हनुमान जी में ध्यान में नहीं होता राम नाम, जैसे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण भी हम हरे राम राम नाम से ask other people to do this, that is because you are making the soul temporarily body में क्या होता है, आज कार्य हो गया है, आपका भविष्य क्या हो गया, इसके लिए भगवान का नाम चैंट करो। एक सेकंड you can start एक हर्ष है, एक कलयुग में हर एक के लिए मेडिसिन होता है, पता है मंत्र युग प्रकार मंत्र चेंज होता है। कलयुग में क्या हर एक मंत्र के लिए उसका नियम होता है, लेकिन कलयुग में कोई नियम तो पालन नहीं कर सकते। तो राम नाम कीजिए, तो हरे कृष्ण मार्ग में राम नाम भी है, वो भी करिए, तो इससे क्या है। But if you had this, what happens is that Rama is there, Krishna is there, Hare is Radharani and Sita. Hare Krishna. Please chant and Sita should chant. That's the best thing. This is the detail. हमारा कलर चेंज जी, ये वो बंद कर देते, यहाँ दर्शन दे देते हैं।
हाँ, वो दर्शन तो वैसे भी देते ही हैं।
तो ये लीजिए, नाम भी लीजिए। Basically, our God wants you to come again.
Yeah.
You don't want to come again and again. That's what He wishes you. So please come again and again.
मम्मी ले ले, मम्मी नहीं बेटा, मम्मा नहीं चाहिए।
अच्छा लगता है। You can wash your hands.
Okay.